Good morning, YouTube. What's happening? How are you, Bradley? How you going? O Shift 88, TF, Corey's Headless Ghost, Callum Whitmore. How are you guys? Just got back from a long weekend here in Australia. I don't even know what the long weekend was about, but apparently some public holiday yesterday. Let me double check that. Public holidays. Queensland. Okay. Okay, so it is October at the moment, isn't it? Yes. Monday, the 4th of October. Queen's birthday for Queensland. There you go. It was the Queen's birthday long weekend. Even though I think the Queen's birthday is in like June or July. Anyway, they just like shifted it. Shifted it forward. Doge doing real good. Whoop. Nice. Let me check that. I haven't even looked at the charts. Excellent. Almost 25 cents back into Doge. Excellent. That's a good start. Alright, let me just go to the daily here. We'll take a zoom out. Very cool. Alright, let me just... I like this song. I'm going to turn this up for just a little bit. That's a nice, relaxing introduction song. Let me know if that's too loud. Like, is my voice being drowned out by the music? If it is, I'll try and equalize it. So that's excellent news to see Bitcoin smashing through that golden Fibonacci pocket. It got above that 48k resistance, smashed 49, and now we're trying to get to that 50. Good start. Alright, so this pivot here was the first challenge. Now this one, that's the big challenge. If we can smash through this yellow descending trend line here and get back above that pivot, that breaks the curse. That breaks the bear market, the threatening, looming bear market. So, check out that stop hunt right there. That is manipulation right there. You see that? That drop before the push, that wipes people out before it takes off. Basically, anyone in an over-leveraged position that stands to make a nice trade, like a lot of money, they'll wipe them out before they let the market go in the direction that they were planning, you know? It's kind of dirty tactics, but yeah, and this is a big reason why the US don't have the option to trade at leverage, on leverage, you know, US citizens, which is now a case for Australia too. Just on Friday, they basically, Binance cancelled futures and options and derivatives trading for Australians. So I can no longer trade on leverage on Binance, which is how I was trading basically. I'm not sure if that's the same case with KuCoin, but you know, if I want to trade leverage, maybe that's what I would have to do. I don't know at this stage. I might have to go back to just good old-fashioned spot trading, which is good. There's still money to be made with spot. It's just, it's a bit slower. But you have the benefit of dollar cost averaging with spot, and you don't have to deal with a liquidation. You can stay in the position as long as you want. It could be 2 years, it could be 10 years, it doesn't matter. You can hold as long as you like, which is awesome about spot. You can play bigger sizes with spot, you know. You can take like heavier risks because you're not dealing with that immediate threat of liquidation or going backward too heavy. Alright, let me just turn this down a little. Okay, that's a bit better. So, what else has been popping? So we've got Doge doing well. Excellent. As far as like the macro view for Dogecoin, we now have established a higher low. If you can see that. Oh, thank you for the subscribe there, Captain Pancake. Appreciate that. Alright, so that's what we got going on now. We got this trend. We've just started a new trend, I would say. So if I get a trend line, this is called an extension trend line or extended line, like that. It just extends for infinity before and after the points that you pick on the chart. So it helps to sort of establish where things might be headed. Alright, I'm going to lock that line in. Now, see that? Yeah, look at that. Look at how, just from picking these 2 points, you can see there was a point of resistance, like a rejection off it there, which is interesting to look at. Alright, I think that's a fair line to just keep in there long term, as like a macro trend that seems to be taking place or just starting off. Now, let's check the immediate Fibonacci levels that we have to deal with on Dogecoin. So we've got the Fibonacci retracement tool, swing high to swing low, like that. And we just scroll that across like that. So it's covering the price action. I'm gonna lock it in. And what have we got? We've smashed through the 236 resistance. That's the first hurdle. Second hurdle, the 382. That's going to be acting off these pivots here. This area of resistance. That's the next challenge for Doge. That is 25.5 cents basically. Or to be really specific, I've got 0.2542 of a dollar. So almost 25.5 cents is the next major test for Doge, I would say. If we can get through that, the 0.5 fib level is at 27 cents. And then you've got the golden ratio. And we all know that level for Doge, that 29 to 30 cent key resistance that we hit in the past, like over here. And also almost got it there, got a bit of rejection here. It acted as quite heavy resistance here too. So it's another key level. If we can break through that pocket, that golden pocket, we got to deal with a 786 then. You know, that's the next fib level. And that is this resistance here at 31, almost 32 cents, just under 32 cents. Now, when we're talking about the macro, this would be the macro pivot. So that's the high pivot that we've had in the past that seems to be, you know, it is bigger than this pivot here. It is a larger pivot because of this entire price action here. This pivot here is just a lower high of this trend here. Whereas this pivot up here is a direction. This is a reversal pivot, which is a bigger deal, you know? You've got an uptrend turning into a downtrend. So that's a very key pivot up the top there. Now that is sitting at 35 cents. So now if we can knock that out of the way, then we're dealing with the next one, which is just under 45 cents. So we've done 35 and then it's the big one of 45. So that'll be up here, this up here. And we have double, like we've had a lot of action off that 45 in the past, which is there and there. Some people call it 43, you know, 43. I call it 45. So that's what I'm looking at as a macro resistance on the climb back to the all-time high. So if we do take it to the all-time high of 75 cents, well, it's basically 74 on this chart here. Doge against Tether on Binance. However, we need to adjust the bottom, because the true bottom here is 16 cents, not just 20 or 19 like we got recently. So this is the more macro scale of what's going on. Now, let me just get this fib to cover the entire price action. And you can see how it lines up. You've got the 38 cents resistance at the 0.382 Fibonacci level. Right here. Now that lines up with resistance at that pivot, this pivot here. And there is another pivot just over here. It's only a wick though. So it's not major, but there is a little bit of activity off that level. We have not come up to test that as resistance since, let's see, we fell below it early June, and it's been 4 months, 4 solid months since we've been able to, since we've been in that at that range. So we have to let this trend up. The first test, of course, is going to be that 30 cents, 29 to 30 cents. That's the more macro view for this fib retracement on Doge. Yeah, if we can punch through that, it is looking really good. Something has to give here, by the way. We have another trend going on. Let's check it out. So we've got this pivot here. Now I might have to adjust this some. Let's have a look. It could be, yeah, you could pivot it off here. So you got a touch here, definitely touching here, and then we're going to touch here, and we're approaching it here. So there is a big moment for Doge coming up pretty soon. We are working our way toward this apex. Now this is a macro trend going on right now. If you want to get technical with the charts, this is a bearish pennant because we've come into the pattern from above. So it's coming off the back of a bear trend like that. The textbook move would be to fall down, test lower points of support. That doesn't mean doom for Doge. It just means that's the natural way that the price would fall out of this pattern on the long term. So we might see a retest of 16 cents. We may see a retest of 9 cents. If that pattern is to play out textbook. Now, patterns still have, I would say, a 30% chance of failing. So that means, if that is the case in this instance, Doge could travel up and, appreciate in value, and we may not get those lower price retests, especially if Bitcoin stays healthy. It looks like we're approaching $50,000 for Bitcoin again, which is an awesome, that's a very key level to come up and test. See how it coincides with a retest of this yellow trend line here. Now that trend line comes down from the all-time high, links up with this macro pivot here, this high that we got back in early September, early last month. So it's been about a month that we've been below that pivot. Now you can see the rising wedge that I have depicted here in red, which is a textbook bearish pattern, which is exactly what we got off the back of that pattern. And then we've got a falling wedge, this green wedge here that I've got. And that results in a textbook bullish move, which is exactly what we got off the back of it. So 2 textbook plays, one after the other on the macro scale. Now with Bitcoin, I think that when you're looking at the macro scale, like we've got one here too, look at that. So this is a bearish pattern coming in, or that we had. It was like a rising wedge. Even if you want to take the wedge down to that pivot and ignore all the other price action, but I wouldn't. I'd have it more like this. But yeah, classic rising wedge. you can't really fake things out on the big macro scale. Like, this is why the daily and the weekly are so strong to use in analysis, because you can see the bigger picture, and it is a lot more expensive to fool the market and drive something in the opposite direction of a textbook pattern like this. So yeah, with this setup, we were destined to fall out of it at some point. You know, it was not going to go bullish outside of that big wedge. And if it did, that would have been huge manipulation. You know, I'm talking multi-billion-dollar manipulation. So, anyway, that's in the past. That's, you know, that was the first part of the year, you know, Q1, Q2. We're now in Q4, can you believe it? We've got October, November, December, 3 months left of the year. We're well in our way. We've just started October, so we're 4 days into it, 5 days into it, depending where you are on the planet. And it's a really strong start. The 1st of October for me was a 9.85% move up for Bitcoin. That's massive. So that is a very positive start to the quarter. Now, to make me an optimist for Bitcoin, I want to see it break through, or we want to see it break through this yellow descending trend line. It is still a very real and present threat that we get rejected by this yellow descending line, because, you know, it is pivotal. Like, we've got two major moves. I'm talking really macro. This is like monthly plays right here. But if, you know, I'm not saying it's impossible, but yeah, it's going to be a challenge to break through that yellow line. But it's coming up. I'm not saying that it can't happen, and I want it to break, but my gut feeling is like it's gonna find a lot of resistance here and probably fall back and retrace. But I'm prepared to be wrong on that. Now, I've got someone in here asking for ADA. Someone's wanting to get a bit of an analysis on Cardano, so I'm gonna have a look at that. Let me pull up a chart for that right now. Clean up all these drawings here on the DOGE coin. So we've done a fair assessment here for DOGE. We've had a look at what Bitcoin's facing, and now it's time to look at some of the other alts. So ADA, we'll start with that. All right. Now ADA is awesome. It is still looking healthy. Yes, it's suffered the same pullback as the rest of the market due to Bitcoin's correction. Now, if we can get some kind of a trend line going on here, let me turn on, let's use the extender line again. Now I'm gonna have to just like pick a rough point here, and then we'll go in and tighten it up like this. Now the lowest point of this trend seems to be, yeah, roughly around there. I'm just gonna pick this point here, that pivot, and then we'll go up to the other handle of this trend line, which is just there. I'm gonna lock it into there. Okay. So as you can see, at least with this trend going on, we are way above, you know, a retest of that. So we're still very bullish on ADA. I remember when ADA was struggling to break $1, you know, back all the way back here in early January. You know, getting above 50 cents was a huge deal for ADA. I remember that. So, you know, our all-time high is $3.10. That's big. Now, in saying all that, there is another trend, a sharper, steeper trend going on as well. And that is right here, like this. Now, as it stands, we're holding that pretty strong. Like, even... Let me just get that lined up. Alright, we'll lock that in. I'm going to make that maybe a grey color, because it's not as severe as this one. This is a bigger, longer term trend. So This could break if Bitcoin sees any kind of negative price action in the coming days or couple of weeks. So just be aware of that. Now, if we put a Fibonacci retracement on ADA, I'll scroll that across the price action once again. This will highlight where the resistances might lie. So we're on the daily chart now. Let's go down to, like, say, the 4 hour. So far there hasn't been any true, like, clean examples of these fib levels, you know, being influential to the price yet, just at this stage. So it's more so these pivots, that pivot, and this pivot that we need to keep an eye on. They don't truly line up enough for me to say that it's respecting a fib retracement totally. However, what we could do, there is a different fib tool, and that is the Fibonacci extension, a trend-based fib extension. This one here, different tool. So you pick a low, a high, and then the pullback to that high. So I'm gonna pick this low, this high, and then this pullback. I'm gonna see if that highlights anything to be aware of coming up. So maybe I'll pick this low here, down here, this high, and then this first lowest point. And then we'll extrapolate that across, or like push it across. Now, bar 220 we're at, so we have to wind this up to probably like 350 or so. So this gives us levels of resistance to target on the climb back up to the all-time high. So there we go. Now, does that give us any clearer levels? Now, the 236 is a little cleaner for this area of price. The 382, yeah, this is still shooting way above the 382 here. So to me, it's really hard to get a handle on the fib levels for ADA on the macro scale, you know? We're trying to get there, but I think this is more of a game of paying attention to the pivots, less so the Fibonacci levels, you know? It's okay to have them in there and keep an eye on it, because they may still have an impact moving forward, like from the climb up, but there has been no real evidence of Fibonacci's being used as support. Now, so those two fibs that I just drew up, those were resistance fibs. We're trying to look at what's going to be resistance on the climb back. Now let's see if it respected a support fib retracement. You know, this move here, why did this pull back and test here? Now you can already see there's a pivot there, because it was previous resistance, future support, future support. So R for resistance here, S for support here, and S for support here. And that is this key level. This is a horizontal trend line. So not so much a trend, just a line of support resistance. A little bit different to lines of, trend lines. Trend lines go off pivots. Though, you know, supports and resistance move off pivots as well, just in a different axis, you know, or they're not for the purpose of really drawing out patterns as much as a trend line is. Okay, now we've got that established. That's $1.90. You know, I'm pretty confident in saying that $2 is going to be a key pivot as well. So I'm going to put that in. We'll just drop that in. So we've got $1.90 and $2 seems to be, make that to the decimal place. All right, I'll get rid of these squiggles here now that you are aware of why I drew that line in. Now this one's a bit more significant of a pivot, so I'm going to make that maybe white, just so you can see it off the background there. Save that chart. Now let's have a look. So what were we going to do? We were going to look at if this pivot here lined up with any kind of Fibonacci retracement. Now a 0.5 to a 618. would be my call. Let's see if it does it. So we're calling it down here to about the high. And look at that. It did not quite get to the 618 fib level, which is this aqua line, let alone the pocket, which is the gap between the 618 and the 65. It found support on the 0.5, you could argue, through there. But it's just not very clean. Like, yeah. See, fibs, I said it is probably going to be somewhere between this pocket. That is where a true retracement on the macro scale tends to pull back to. Somewhere between 0.5 and 0.65 for support off a major move like that. So we're looking at, if we go back to the daily, low to high, pulls back, tends to find support if it's going to remain bullish on the 0.5 to 0.65. So in that region is where you'll get the bounce. So a lot of people, you'll see, you know, the swing traders, they'll layer their buys in that zone, you know, dollar cost averaging as the price falls to find its macros, you know, pivot. Okay, now to wrap it up, to give a conclusion to ADA, it is in a climb back to to retest its all-time high. It needs to break out of the downtrend that it's in, and I think it's done that. Let me just get another trend line happening here. So we got the all-time high to these, what seem to be pivots. Something like that, I would say. So we've broken above it, and we're now trending as down. Like, we're still trending down, but it's as support now instead of resistance, I would say. So this trend seems to be quite magnetic at this stage. If I lock it to there, yeah, we're still definitely above it. All right, take it to that pivot. Okay. Now, if I go back to the 4 hour here, there is fib resistance at the 382. Right there. Support at the 0.5, resistance at the 382. Now remember, this is a support fib, so we shouldn't be trying to like line up resistances with a support fib. So we need a resistance fib. I'm gonna drop that other one back in, and we'll keep it there. So we'll take it down to the $1.90. I'll just scroll that across again. And yeah, that's gonna give us targets to at least be aware of and cautious of as ADA climbs back up to the top. Hopefully it gets there. You know, a lot of this depends on Bitcoin, you know, performing strong. So no matter what coin you're interested in, everyone should be wishing Bitcoin well, because it sets the sentiment for the rest of the market, you know? You need Bitcoin to perform well in order for the rest of the market to stay strong and healthy. It is the front door to the market, Bitcoin. A lot of big money, like institutional money, will flow through Ethereum and Bitcoin before going to the alts. That's just the flow of cash. That's how value and wealth goes into this market. And it's also how it leaves the market as well. You'll see profits taken from the alts, and they will dump and they will flow back into Bitcoin because people buy Bitcoin with the profits they make off the alts, because the alts move heavier. Now that cycle won't be how it is forever, where there's, you know, Bitcoin at the top, you know, then, you know, the large caps, the mid-sized caps, and then the low caps, or, you know, the shit coins. And then you've got fiat dollars. So you get this flow, things go into Bitcoin. Bitcoin profits come out into the large caps, profits from the large caps come out into the mid, into the low caps, and then it repeats. It either goes back into Bitcoin or it travels back into the fiat as profit. And then the cycle repeats. So you get this, like, it's like this cycle Now that is a reason why the small caps dump out hard in a bear market, because no one's in there long term, you know? It's such a speculative, they're only taking advantage of the fact that it's so cheap to move it and that it moves a heavy amount of percentage during a market. The idea would be, you know, to keep those longer term holdings inside the large caps like Bitcoin and Ethereum and XRP, you know, and DOGE now for that matter. You know, like DOGE gained a lot of traction, a lot of support this market cycle. So there's no doubt it has dropped back. Let's check the leaderboard because I want to see if it's gotten back into the top 10. Well, it was, yeah, okay. So it's surpassed Polkadot, which is Polkadot is a competitor to Ethereum. So is Solana, so is Cardano. They're all protocol cryptos, right? They're all trying to take the spot of being the environment or the platform to build projects off. Ethereum's still doing well, like it's holding that second place comfortably. It's still $400 billion in market cap. Now, let's just check. Okay, AXS, wow, that's done well. I've been away a couple of days, so I haven't really looked at the alts. I've only sort of been looking at Bitcoin every now and then. But AXS, damn, that did really well. It found an all-time high only 14 hours ago. So this thing's been price discovery for quite a while now, like since mid-September. And if you go on the daily, this thing's been discovering its price since July. You know, this thing's just been climbing. The Bitcoin flash crash area at the start of September was a perfect time to jump into you know, some of these high-performing alts. Like AXS definitely is one to watch in the future. Wait for this thing to pull back, just like Solana. I've been saying this about Solana. Let me just get a Solana chart up. You know, there's mixed feelings about Solana, but I like it. It's a high-performing cryptocurrency. The transaction speed, the fees are low. It's one of the fastest. 65,000 transactions per second it can handle, so it's got a lot of torque, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term. Let's see, Solana, how's it been going? Okay, here's an example of a rejection off the golden ratio. It's a very key level. It has strong influence over price, usually. ADA, it still hasn't even really come up to meet the golden level yet, so that's going to be, I'm going to keep that fib there as just to check and see how it's trending and tracking for a retest. Now, let's see, we've got Solana currently sitting at $168. It's got as high as 177, just shy of 178 bucks, which is awesome. Like that's great to get to that, because this was our previous pivot here. This was a pivot of 171. We've made a higher high, basically. So we've changed direction. We've changed the course. If we were to fail and only get, like, you know, 100, let's say 166, like get rejected at this fib, that would have been a macro lower high. So that's continuing the downtrend, you know. But because we've come up here above this old pivot, this old level, we're now technically in an uptrend. Not to mention our our lows are staying above this macro trend here. This trend is being supported and sustained. So if you are a Solana trader or investor or whatever it may be, you want to have this line drawn in. That's the support line for Solana that I recommend you keep an eye on. So to get that line, go out on the daily chart, zoom out until you see this kind of action where you've got this high, massive high here to the all-time high, the pullback, and then just connect up these lows. and that's going to be a key level to target as price moves into the future. So there is going to be an interesting test to see, do we lose that trend and break support and like correct further down, or are we going to go back up into price discovery soon? And I'm a little bit more optimistic about Solana, so my call would be, I think it's on its way to get back into price discovery. The struggles that Solana had a couple of months ago, where they got, it was sort of like a DDoS attack. So basically, a whole bunch of bots came in and choked up the system, choked up the service, and grinded the transaction speed to almost to a halt. So it was choked up in traffic, with too much traffic. So that sort of highlighted one of the weaknesses of Solana, which is, you could say that that's kind of a blessing, because it highlighted where Solana needed to put their efforts into like amending or fixing that issue that they've got. I'm not an expert with fundamentals on blockchain technology. I'm not a cryptographer. I'm nothing like that. So I don't pretend to understand what they need to do or if it is fixable. We all know that Ethereum struggles from network speed and their gas fees. That's a huge hurdle that they have to try and overcome. They've been working on an ETH 2.0 since 2018. They launched in 2017. They figured out they had issues in 2018. They figured out it wasn't a silver bullet. It wasn't just going to be perfect the whole time. So that's why you've seen ADA like climb the ranks, and even Solana, because they are competitors. They've basically had the benefit of sitting back and looking at Ethereum's issues and building their project to sort of counteract or try and overcome those hurdles or that traffic problem. So anyway, just gonna have a look through the YouTube comments here. Leandra Lovejoy, how you going? I've missed you too. Aaron Hughes with the little mind blown emoji. Welcome back. And then we've got the OG Alchemist. She's been here since the birth of Crypto Down Under, so good to see you. And hello everyone. Someone's saying, can I do a TA on AMP? I'll definitely have a look. Let's check that out. AMP USD. Alright, so here's an example of a trend being lost. Back here we had this, it wasn't a long-term trend. It wasn't pivoting off a very, long-established macro, support pivot. So I'm going to do that now. I'm actually going to change this. This was more the trend that was lost. So this low to this low, you can see it tried to hold it here. It did. It actually got a bounce right here. It bounced momentarily, but overall, just through bleeding out and loss of interest and volume in the asset, it just bled through that support trend. So now it pivoted, it found support here, so it double bottomed, which is awesome. That is a reversal pattern. Whenever an asset bounces like that, it can be the start of a new trend to take it up and test those resistances. So I'm going to throw a Fibonacci retracement on this one, and we'll see if we can get any kind of rally. Now, stupidly, I forgot to tweet out that I was starting my stream. I might do that right now quickly, just while people have a chance, because some people are like, why didn't you say that you're going live? And it just gets a bit, so I won't let those people down. Let me just quickly tweet out, and I'll grab a link to the stream as well, so that they can just jump straight into it from the click of a button. 1 second. Here we go. All right, you can watch me create this tweet. So we've got Streams up. Yeah, we'll keep it simple. Put a little kangaroo in there. I might put a little message saying, jump into the YouTube chat and request an altcoin you'd like me to analyze. You Americans spell it with a Z, so I'm going to put a Z there for you, because I know the majority of you are from there. I spell it with an S. That's how we spell it in Australia, but Z it is. Now, into, is that one word or two words? I suppose it doesn't matter. Doesn't really need perfect English, it's just as long as people understand what's going on. Jump into the YouTube chat and request an altcoin you'd like me to analyze. Alright, let's tweet that. I'm going to copy this tweet and put it into my Discord channel, just so that the people that get their notifications through Discord get it through there too. Let's say everyone. Okay. Send now. There we go. Alright, so whale alert. Ooh. USDC minted at the treasury. So that means some, okay, so $20.6 million is going into USDC, which makes me think that a bit of profit taking just happened off something. So, alright, I'll close all that up. Let's go back to AMP. We've done the fib retracement from all-time high to the lowest pivot. Now I should take that a little bit lower actually, because we're going to use that pivot down there. Alright, lock that in. And it is currently dealing with this 236 Fibonacci level, so that's just shy of 6 cents. We have wicked up through it, but we are currently below it, so that is the first hurdle to get above. It also coincides with this resistance here, so it's like a bit of a double top at the moment. Now there is a new trend going on. It's like a bit of a parallel, so we've got like train tracks here. If I was to pull this down as parallel, look at that. There is a bit of a sub-channel, sub-trend going on as well for AMP. Now, this, remember, we are on the daily, so this is like the macro, this is like the bigger view. I'm gonna get rid of this line here, just so it's clean. I'll get rid of that too. So we're just dealing with the Fibonacci, the all-time high, and these trends moving up. So, let's see. That's currently where we're sitting. What's this yellow line all about? I'm gonna delete that too, just to keep it simple. I think that was an old support resistance line. So, immediate resistance that we're facing right now is, I'm going to call it 6 cents. We have to get above 6 cents in order for us to travel up to the next fib level of 7 cents. So it's pretty clean here. Each fib level seems to be 1 cent increments. We've got, at least for the next 3, we've got the 382 being the 7 cents, the 0.5 fib level being 8 cents, and then the 618, the golden fib, being 9 cents. So 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, and 9 cents. And then, of course, there's going to be the big round number of 10 cents is going to be a pretty significant level to test and get through. So keep those in mind. But for the most part, I think this is looking good. This is looking bullish. You know, it's naturally it's going to do that. When Bitcoin is trending healthily the way it is, you're going to see the alts follow suit. just naturally. You know, that's just the flow of it. Now, now let's check. We've got some other alts we're going to have a look at. So there's going to be a few requests through the chat, so I'm going to move pretty quick and keep it kind of brief. So that's, by the way, just a sweeping statement. I'm pretty confident the whole market is looking healthy at the moment. You know, long term, I'm still optimistic for cryptocurrency. So we've got that riding for us as bulls, right? Have we seen enough time? Have we had enough time to flush out the negative sentiment? Like, have we spent enough time correcting off this initial move to now give us permission to move to the next leg? You know, is this a Fibonacci move? It very well could be. This could have been impulse move 1, first pullback, which is wave 2, and then we might be on the start of wave 3, which could take us to the all-time high. That's my optimistic view for Bitcoin. Obviously, you know that I'm very concerned about this trend line here, this yellow trend line descending for Bitcoin. We are approaching it pretty quick, so with any luck, we have enough energy to break through it and you know, make some serious gains and get back on on the way to enter price discovery. Now, $60,000 is a pretty key pivot, and it's gonna be pretty tough to test that. And you know, not only is this yellow descending trend gonna be a big challenge, but the $60,000 resistance is gonna be another big challenge. We haven't spent a hell of a lot of time above 60,000 in the past. It's only been, it's only been here and here. Just a little bit of activity, you know, maybe about a week we've spent, and not all at once. It's been like a bit sparse. There's a big gap between those 2 points above 60. So, all right. So that's the writings on the wall for Bitcoin. That's what I'm looking at. I want to get through this, or we all want to get through this yellow line of resistance. Now, as it stands, that is kind of lining up. If we hit 50,000 as resistance a few times, check out where the yellow line meets 50,000. That would be a big point of interest, you know, right there. So we have to get through that, and that's where things stand at the moment. Now, the cool thing is we've got above this golden pocket. That's gonna probably serve as a decent point to cradle if we do get rejected. We could at least find support off a previous level of resistance. As they say, previous resistance may become future support. So we got that under our belt. Now, so we've got the yellow line, we've got 60,000. Now this pivot here is going to be another challenge to get through. But I think that's not as much of a challenge as this trend line is, this yellow trend. So let's see how we go. Now, let's check another alt. So we're going to keep moving through these requests. So we've looked at AMP. Someone was asking about Shiba. Now we did look at Doge. I'll come back to Doge as well while we're looking at SHIB, because people seem to think that they sort of they perform not hand in hand, but like profits from Doge go into SHIB and vice versa, and they sort of trend you know, in opposition to each other, because apparently the whole reason Shiba Inu exists is because it wants to kill Doge. That's the joke behind it anyway. That's what it says on CoinMarketCap. So Shiba is actually down 7% so far for today. But holy moly, it made a hell of a run yesterday. Went up almost 60%. And if you take it wick to wick, the entire price action was 84% up. That is incredible. I'm sure a lot of people, my mate, our good friend Prolific, So Gifted, he would have made a fair bit of money, because he's been waiting for SHIB to perform for some time now. But getting above that 1,000, it's basically 0.00001000. What's that? It's basically $1 I don't know how you express that. I don't even know how you say that. It's a fraction of a dollar, and we've got up above that range. Now the music has weirdly stopped, so let me just fix that. There we go. So let's get that drawn up properly as a pivot. So that range, we've been stuck between 555 and 1000 for all of that time. Like, look at that. We've been stuck in that range, trending sideways. Can we sustain this break? Let's go on the logarithmic scale. We'll get a bit more resolution. So we'll go down to the 4-hour chart. Amazingly, we've broken through these. This was a bit of a double top that we've seen in the past just here. Let me zoom in on that so you can really see it. Mind you, it is only wicks, but nonetheless, that is a double top. You got resistance there, resistance there. I'm guessing that's, okay, it's a 1200 resistance level. We've broken that. And can you see how it was support here? Support there, resistance here, resistance here. 1200 seems to be a significant level. Now, the way that it opened, at least on Binance, it started from 1400, just here, and skyrocketed up to 5000. So right now, as it stands, have we reversed this trend? Are we going to start appreciating value now for SHIB? And I think so. I think, you know, this will probably do like a gradual climb. It's kind of like, it's at this range where people are just kind of on the fence, you know, they're keeping an eye on it for some time. They want to make sure that the support doesn't get lost, you know? They need the confidence to get in and know that the floor's not going to fall out from underneath them. So I think this has kicked that off and been convincing enough of a move to maybe give people the confidence to look at SHIB as a decent you know, vehicle to build gains off. I wouldn't be touching it right now because this thing for the short term, this will cool back off and get back to its averages, moving averages. If we go to the daily, well, we might have to go back to the hourly. Yeah, even on the hourly, it's like way above its average. 15 minutes. Here we go. This is where we might start to see a bit of action off the averages, the moving averages.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, what's happening?
Yeah, there was one rumor in our channel earlier about SHIB possibly getting listed to Robinhood. So okay. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. So that might be a possibility.
Yeah, it could well be. So, I mean, that just makes accessibility to purchasing this asset bigger, and that's definitely something that it needs, I think. It needed
if
something.
They come out with the wallets, that would be huge.
Yeah, most definitely. So I think there was a Coinbase listing, wasn't there, for SHIB? Or am I thinking of something else?
Yeah, it got listed regular Coinbase a couple weeks ago.
Yep. So I think that's what caused the initial pulse. The initial, I think it went up to 1,000 or 900. Yeah, here, just like it rallied up and got to 900 before pulling back. So this could be an example of it doing a similar thing, where it gets the initial excitement, the hype, to this point right here, and then it pulls back quite heavy. So if I just take this back to here, that's what it kind of looked like. It looked like, oh yeah, it's moved up, it's found resistance, and now we're correcting. But that's also what's happening here. Like we've moved up, we've found resistance, and now it feels like it's correcting. But to me, yeah, there is this trend. There's these higher lows that we can bank on, you know, that we can count on, at least for the short term. There are no guarantees of like permanent support, because this is quite a parabolic move up. You know, it's just vertical, like it's just a ramp. But it would be cool to see Shiba maintain some of that money, that value flowing into it. You know, if we can stay above 1,000, that's a really good start for a longer term, you know, cycle and growth into it. So let's see if we can maintain that that trend and rally up. I've seen it before, back when new coins got listed. Like even when Matic first hit the scene, it did the same thing. It rallied down, like there was spikes. It was very volatile at the listing, like most are. And then it goes into this thing, what I call support discovery. I mean, there's nothing too profound about that. It's just something trending down and trying to establish support and a floor. And I think Shiba has definitely passed the test here to establish support. It's taken how many months? Let's see, all of June, all of July, all of August, all of September to prove to the market that it holds 550 as support, you know? And now it's ready to start appreciating value as the market now has confidence in that being support. So that's how I see price discovery, support discovery, you know? Establish support and then you can appreciate value and climb into a new trend. So I think, you know, another thing was waiting for Bitcoin to bring that market cap, to bring that money back into the market, because it did take a hit. If we look at the cryptocurrency total market cap, let's go back to the list here that has it. Go to total. We're back above 2 in a big way. That's good. Excellent. Good start. We were definitely way below it. We were sort of stuck in a range between 2 and 1.8. So we're now back up in it. This has been the level of resistance that we found back in mid-September, after the first drop from the high. Now the question is, yeah, I guess we sort of double bottomed here, and now we're trending up again. We want to break that. We want to get above 2.2 and then, make that, 2.25 and then smash 2.3, and this is a key level here. 2.44 or whatever this is here. Let me see a high of, I'm going to call it 2.44 just to be, to give a higher target than that resistance level. So to be convincing, we need to get above 2.44 trillion. We're currently at 2.17 trillion total crypto market cap. So very much back on our way. Look at that. There's a gap between these daily candles. Can you see that? You don't often see that with crypto. Usually the candles bodies will line up and touch. That just shows how much value was flowing into the market between these points in time, like right here and here. There's like this gap between the bodies. So the day closed at 1.945 here, and then it opened only seconds later right here at 1.998. Like, yeah, big jump. So, and that happened like sort of 2 days in a row. The gap between between these three candles is pretty incredible. You see these things in the stock market, because the stock market closes and opens every day and then is closed for 2 days over the weekend. So you're gonna get those gaps, and it's more common to see in the traditional market, but to see that in the crypto market's impressive or interesting. So yeah, that's what's happening with the total market cap. Now there is a trend here as well. Let's check that out. We'll match up this high to this high. It's somewhat of a trend there. If you want to take it to the candle bodies, you could do that too. Now remember, we're on the daily, so candle bodies is there to like there. Quite similar. There we go. I'm going to save that. We'll lock those lines back up so they don't move accidentally. I'm going to delete some of these older trends. Analysis. Alright, so it kind of looks like Bitcoin, you know? No surprise there. I mean, Bitcoin does hold the dominance of the market, so we've got, you know, the all-time high, a massive pullback, which is what Bitcoin saw too. We were stuck in this limbo for quite some time, broke out of the falling wedge, textbook breakout to the bull side, climbed up, met resistance due to that. There was a big Bitcoin flash crash here. There was the news once again that China banned crypto for like probably the 3rd time in history. I don't know. There was just a lot of FUD around that area. This climb was thanks to El Salvador, so thank you El Salvador, and no thank you to China. But right now, this is like a bit of a... There was that fear, that pullback, right? And now we're recovering off that. Yep. What's happening?
But to go back to AMP for a minute, I heard you talking about it earlier.
Yep.
Pixie, he was talking about it earlier. We were looking it up, seeing why it was pumping. And I guess Brazil, is doing like El Salvador now. So I guess AMP's going to be getting a pretty good rise after Flexa finally announces it here pretty soon.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's any fundamentals drivers are going to see these altcoins stand out above the others. And from a trading perspective, it's going to give you that leg up. And, you know, when they start showing as appreciating value consistently day after day, that just adds more to the confidence in the bulls, and they'll jump in and perpetuate that rally. So yeah, I haven't really looked at the alts for the last 2 or 3 days, so I don't know what's been perpetually having good days, but AMP's definitely up there today. It's like 6% up for the day. ICX is doing well, Mask, AXS, ICP, we've got Harmony 1 is doing okay, decent start to the day. Now, I just read before someone's asking for a bit of analysis on XRP, so let's check that too. I don't want us to spend too much on one, like spend too much time looking at one thing, so we'll keep moving. So XRP, let's check what's happening there. So we've got... Alright, there was a lot of traffic through here. Bit of a bear pennant, like a big long-term bear pennant here. There, fell out of it, trended down, found support, and then we've made higher lows since then. Now, if we go back out to the daily, you know, we were trending below. There's like about a week ago, I was saying if you can pick up XRP below $1, that's a good price, and yes, it still was. Even right now is a good price, I would say, because this thing has proven that it can get up to, you know, $2. And in the past, the all-time high is like $3.30, I think. Something to that degree. This chart doesn't have a lot of history on it. Doesn't have a lot of data into the past, so we can't see that previous all-time high, but it happened in 2018, I think. Either that or late 2017. So it has been underwater for so long. Like, it's got so much potential to appreciate in value. I know that there's a lot of people, a lot of crypto fundamentalists don't like XRP because they think it's like for the banks or whatever. Strictly as a trading vehicle, like, there's a lot of potential there for some decent gains off it, because it's one of the big names in crypto. It's up there in the top 5. So and it didn't really see much of a rally. Like, so many alts saw all-time highs and beyond, like they went into price discovery this bull market. XRP came nowhere close to going into price discovery, or even a retest of its all-time high. It didn't even quite make it to $2. So if you see that as like untapped potential, yeah, this thing could be a decent trade for the longer term, you know, especially if it comes out of that court case in a positive way, like the Ripple Foundation, the creators of XRP. So now there is a little bit of a trend. Well, there is a big trend going from these lows, and there is a sub-trend within that. Let me just get these lines lined up. Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to snap on the actual part that you want to snap to. That'll do, I think. And then we did have another trend, but that failed, and I'll show you where that is. That is like this trend, basically, coming through there. That got broken by the flash crash, as so many other trends tended to suffer from that same crash. Now, okay, here's one. Starting from that pivot, we've held support at it, so I'll keep there. That I might change that to a grey color, just because it's not as severe or heavy as this trend back here. Now, from a Fibonacci perspective, can we get any kind of enlightenment as to why we got resistance at $1.40 from this high down to, let's say, this low here? Yeah, it's basically this low there. Let's take it across. Yep, look at that. Smack. Right on the golden fib level, the resistance. So we're currently dealing with and trying to get through the 0.382 fib level. And these are resistance. This is the direction that I've drawn this in, from high to lowest point after that high. That is how you find resistance. The way you find support is from low to high, not high to low, so that direction. And I'll show you what that looks like. So this was a resistance fib, and I'll show you what a support fib looks like. It goes from low to high. So we'll start it from here, which is very similar to that point anyway in price. That's a support fib. If we take it across, look at that, bounce straight off the 618. This is why people target the 0.5 and the 0.618 quite a lot with it's just a sweet spot, you know. It's a little bit off the halfway point. Like it for support, it's like a deeper correction than halfway, and then as resistance, it's a further little punch through the halfway as you're climbing up in appreciation of value. So yeah, that's a support fib. Let's take it back to a resistance fib, which is a high to a low. So there's the high right there, and the support, which is the low, is right here. Draw it back across. We know that the golden ratio, so this is respecting the fibs. Basically, you can say that this altcoin is respecting the fibs. Now there's 69 people watching right now, so welcome to the channel. If this is the first time you've visited, remember to smash the subscribe button, hit like if you like the TA. Definitely helps the channel out, so I appreciate the support. Now, so that's pretty much what we're looking at for XRP. We're sort of, this area is very magnetic. This around $1, you know, even $1.10, $1.06. Like this area seems to be, there's a lot of price action through here. A lot of resistance here, a lot of resistance here. It was acting as support through this area. We really need to punch out and leave this zone, you know. there's a little bit of fear. I feel like there's a bit of fear in XRP. Like, people are still cautious because of the court case with Ripple. So, yeah, once we break up through these levels, we need to break the 0.5, the 0.382. Currently sitting at the 382 resistance. Let's break through that. Let's get through $1.40, which is the golden ratio. You know, that was a very big test. And then, yeah, the rest of the pivots shouldn't be as challenging as the, you know, if you're talking about significance, this takes the cake. This golden pocket here is the significant level of resistance, you know, and everything else after that is like less significant. So that's the big resistance. And then this one, less, and then less, you know. So it's kind of like that. That's how I see the fib levels. All right. Let me just scroll through here. We got people asking for Doge, people asking for XRP, Baby Floki. Okay. Let me just check coin market cap. We'll type in Baby Floki. BSC. Baby Space Floki. Wow, they're just getting desperate now for names. Baby Floki, where does it exist? I bet it's like one of those wallet type things where it only exists on those like DeFi wallets. Yeah, PancakeSwap, there you go, Baby Floki. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get any kind of like market TradingView information or chart, maybe. No, see the X, the red X? So all we have to go off is this. It doesn't look terribly exciting for Baby Floki. I guess you could say it's been squeezing, it's been trending sideways, and much like Shiba Inu, it's just flatlining along support basically. So the more it does this, the more confidence the bulls can garner in this asset, because they need to know that the floor's not going to fall out beneath them before they take a position, you know? It's in anticipation for a climb to the next pivot or the next test, the next high, you know? Which are these, like these levels here. So you got two here. There's like a bit of a double top there. And then there's another sort of double top there. That's a bit of a Bart Simpson top. So you got an uptrend, consolidation, and then a drop. Just, that's a Bart Simpson. So it's basically a bullish continuation pattern that fails, is how you describe what a Bart Simpson is. All right, and these, geez, these are, I'm guessing the circulating supply is through the roof. Yeah, look at that. What's that? Million, billion, trillion, quadrillion? What's after trillion? Is it quad? Anyway, it's 1,000 trillion is the supply, so no wonder it's such a fraction of a cent. Yeah, wow, okay. Baby Floki, you know, if they were to just all of a sudden cut the supply in half and you're in it from down here, that could be a positive thing, but I don't know what the tokenomics are like with this coin. I feel like it's just one of those coins that have come along off the coat. It's trying to ride the coattails of the Doge trend, because we all know that Dogecoin kind of went viral, and like, it was a viral sensation this year, especially with Elon Musk's influence on it. So, you know, even Shiba Inu is a spawn off that excitement and that hype behind Doge, right? They're just trying to steal the thunder from Doge, and they're just, you know, picking up what they can get. So they're quote-unquote shit coins, if you ask me. And they know they are. They're not trying to deny that. Now let's check these other messages here. People asking for SHIB. I saw someone talking or requesting Tezos, XTC or XTZ, I think it's called. Yeah, XTZ. Let's check that out. XTZ. Okay, how long have I been streaming for? An hour and 16 minutes. I've been talking non-stop for almost an hour and a half. So, on the daily for Tezos, I mean, this thing, look at that, it's in price discovery. Like, it just keeps making all-time highs every other day, you know? So, to keep it simple, draw a trend line below it. Like that. And for this thing to maintain the bullish sentiment, it did a bit of a cup and handle. Look at that. You can see the cup here, the handle pullback, and then the break of the cup neckline right there. So this thing has only recently gone into new price discovery, a new uptrend. So keep your eye on Tezos. I think that's looking pretty positive. You know, I wouldn't be concerned about it until it starts to lose these previous pivots for support, because that's the whole thing with an uptrend. You know, an uptrend looks like this. You know, it's finding support at previous resistance, finding support at previous resistance, finding support at previous resistance. The minute that you lose support at a previous pivot like that is you starting a downtrend, especially when you start setting in lower highs like this, like that. When you get that all-time high and then you start getting a bigger move that doesn't quite make it back up, that is the pivot. You know that you've pivoted and that you shouldn't touch it as a bull trader. You know, maybe if you're a bear trader, you're looking for those head and shoulders type moves. So just be very careful. I wouldn't be getting into it right now if you don't already have a position. Like, don't open a new position, because the move that it's had has kind of already happened. If you do want to get into it, it doesn't mean you can't. It just means just understand that it's higher risk. The higher something climbs, the more risk you're taking on if you open a position. Because, you know, there's the greater fool ethos. Like, the only reason a trend goes up is because there's a greater fool willing to buy it at that higher price. And that's how things go on an uptrend. You know, that there's enough people willing to pay this, like, overpriced level for the coin. It is much better to buy when something has corrected, you know, and established support somewhere. That's where you want to open your buys, you know? Not as something's climbing. This is called FOMO. Like, if you were to buy into this and you're not in it already, that is called FOMO, right? If you want to be a careful long-term trader and you only want to appreciate gains, don't FOMO. Don't, you know, you kind of missed the boat on this one, on Tezos, this climb. But if you're a cowboy or a cowgirl, and you know the risk, and you have your fail-safes, like stop losses and things, you can play these moves higher, because they do have potential to keep climbing, but just understand the risk, is all I'm trying to say. Alright, so I haven't really talked much about oscillators at all today, so that's been good. We've just talked about the more basics of trends and support resistance levels, so and I think that's probably the better place to start. Like, forget about oscillators if you don't understand support, resistance, and trend lines. Market direction, market sentiment, how much movement is in the coin is so much more important than knowing what RSI level something's at, or what, you know, if there's been a MACD cross or whatever, you know? That's my perspective. Now on the daily, there's a very sharp bull, like golden cross right there. There's no doubt about it. So this thing is very bullish. Just be careful if you're not in it already, you know. The people that got in early, like through this area, this pullback, if they noticed, if they were able to identify this was in an uptrend, and then bought in on the pullback, on the retest, congratulations, this thing's in great profit off that. So What did it make? It's like up 65% in the last couple of days. Not bad. So from there, I'll move on to the next one. There's not much to say about targets for price discovery. One way to target it would be picking a swing low to a swing high back to a low, and that gives you a trend-based Fibonacci extension, something like that. A low to high to a low, draw it across, and that the idea is like that you target these points, these fib levels as it climbs. But yeah, there's nothing really saying off that action. Let me try this one here. Let's pick that as the high. This is the low, and then this is the second low off the high. Seeing if that lines up with anything. If we go down to a lower time frame, maybe we'll see some reactions off the levels. Yeah, here we go. There's one here. It got rejected by the 0.5 fib. It kind of just smashed through the 618, so there wasn't much resistance there. There was a bit of traffic here at the 786, and it's punched straight through this fib here, the 1-to-1. That's like a full 1-to-1 appreciation or extension of this retracement here, this Fibonacci trend-based fib extension. That's what it's called. All right. Now beyond that, beyond 1, you've got the 1618, which is like another really bullish level. So if this goes back into price discovery, which I'm pretty confident it will, but there's no guarantees. Remember, it's risky. Like every move above. So you'll have a lot of bears like hunting something that's in price discovery, because it doesn't discover forever. The demand does run out, you know. Just the nature of demand. All of the strongest demand is at the start of the move, right? Demand will start to slow as the asset gets more expensive. Like, you'll see that the demand starts to drop off, because the people that believed in it, they got in it obviously here. They caused this move, right? There is a point of exhaustion on everything. Everything has a point of exhaustion. It doesn't just go up forever. You know, it doesn't mean that it can't trend up way higher than this. It just means this move has to find, there's a point of pivot, and it will come back, retrace, get back in touch with the moving averages, and then take the next leg. I mean, just like this, for example, this move, it exhausted here, pulled back, found support here, and then got the next move up, and as you could argue has been exhausted. So there may be another pullback on the cards. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. It could be in a continuation pattern right now. If we go down to the lower time frame, maybe like the 1 hour. Whoop, wrong tool. I'll turn this off. I'll get rid of this fib extension here. Seems to me like a bit of a descending triangle, perhaps. Perhaps there's not enough information yet to sort of really know where this thing's gonna go, where it's heading. This could end up being a measured move up, where it trades sideways in a channel for some time before taking the next leg up. So we'll keep an eye on it. Now that, you could argue this isn't perfectly flat. There is a bit of an angle to it, so there's a bit of a trend, like higher lows, like something like that. I know that this ignores these pivots here. It's not really touching. So when you draw trend lines, you try to get as much price action off the trend as possible. So you could either see this as an ascending triangle, like in that direction, or it could be like some kind of a pennant, but that's a bit of a stretch. I'm more inclined to say that's an ascending triangle. The thing to be scared of though is the rising wedge, which looks something like that. If it was to do that, that's kind of scary because those tend to fall out the bottom. But anyway, for now, I'm gonna call that an ascending triangle. Seems to be a bit more the case. All right, let's see if I can pick out any other altcoins here from people talking about them. Someone said Baby Floki. Someone said XTZ. Someone said Polkadot. All right, let's have a look at Polkadot. Fundamental on the cards for DOT. I've got no idea. I'm not sure. I don't really keep an eye on DOT. It's been around for a little bit. I can't remember when it came out, but yeah, fundamentally ADA and Solana I'm more excited about as a protocol crypto than Polkadot. That's just me. This thing, I think it's in 10th spot on CoinMarketCap. Not sure where it's been in the past, like whether it came from the depths and it's made its way up to 10, or whether it's been higher and then fallen back. I think I do remember seeing Polkadot much higher in the top 10, and now it's slid back to 10th spot, so that's not a great sign, but nonetheless, this bounce has been okay for it's up 11% in the last 7 days, 11.5%. Yeah, it's just like a, I don't know. I've never traded it for the fact that I'm not that excited on how it performs, you know. It's just a slow performer to me. There's other coins out there that you can trade that'll get you faster movement, but I mean, I don't know much about the fundamentals of it. I don't know what it's got in the pipeline, what its roadmap looks like. Strictly from a technical standpoint, it is making higher lows from this pivot down here, which is good. So it's appreciating. There's not a straight trend line through there, but it is making those higher lows, and it's holding support. You know, like I'm going to try and draw. I mean, that crazy wick, I'm going to exclude that because that's just a bit of an anomaly. You know, it's anomalous. It's a bit of a... That was probably from the Bitcoin flash crash, I'm guessing. So you can see how quickly people jump out of Polkadot. As soon as shit hits the fan, people bail on this one. And, I mean, there was... Yeah, a lot of other alts did the same thing, but yeah... this is no exception to that. This is just one of those alts that people bail out when things get tough in the market. So, but however, it's good to see that it's still on an uptrend regardless of that. From this trend, it seems to be in a pattern, like a bullish continuation pattern for that matter. Let me delete this fib retracement. I'll delete that falling wedge because we know what happened there. It's already played out. I don't know what that resistance line is from. Probably a previous all-time high or something, or a support. I'll delete it anyway. And we have some kind of a wedge here. This thing was looking scary because it did a bit of a head and shoulders over here. Like you can see there was left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and then it was coming up to test the neckline. But then it is pretty, you know, you could say it's invalidated the head and shoulders here. You know, we got away from that scary pivot coming down. So that theory has gone out the water, I think, gone out the window. So to me, this is the resistance we're dealing with right now. These highs, these pivots. And let's get a bit of a more macro view. So if we go back to the daily, I'm gonna make that darker, make it gray, and we'll use, let's get an extender line, because this is a bit more longer term. Pivot to pivot. Alright, that's what we're currently kind of in. There's an apex, we're approaching an apex, not only in here, but also in here. We're approaching an apex over here. So something has to give. It's either going to be this line or this line. And for those interested in Polkadot, hopefully it is this line that gives, and we climb up and go back into price discovery. Alright. But yeah, no, there's no doubt this thing has performed fantastic this year. Like, look at that. Look at that. From, you know, most of the market did really well to make all-time highs this year since January. You know, 1st of January, this thing went up 772% from start to all-time high. Start of the year, all-time high. The only thing that sort of didn't really do that from the top 20 or top 50 was XRP. And that's why I'm saying there's untapped potential there. Like it's something that failed to launch this year, was XRP, and that's thanks to the court case, the SEC holding it back and, you know, casting doubt into the market about XRP and the future of it. But yeah, from all of the updates about that case, it seems like it's been doing pretty well regardless. Like, you know, there's been good news here and there about the case. Like, the case isn't finished, but it is looking pretty positive for Ripple, I suppose. And that's just from little updates that I've seen in the past couple of few months. Now, wow, there's so many alts. We're here for hours looking at alts. I saw another one, someone was asking for LTC and CHZ, or LRC, they corrected, okay. LRC. Well, let's just quickly look at LTC. Remember we had that scam, that fake news event not long ago, and it's struggled to really get back up into that area since then. The macro high or low though is a good thing, but you get the gist. Like I've done a few analyses of coins today in the last hour or so, so you know that the procedure I go through to start off my analysis. I try to establish on the daily chart. I'll zoom out, check the lows, and see if there's any kind of trend going from the lows on the macro view. And yes, on Litecoin there is one, at least for now. I try to see where the old all-time high is and where the lowest point is that pulled back off that all-time high. So we go Fibonacci retracement, and that gives us our levels of resistance as we climb back up, hopefully. So pull that across over the top of the price action. And remember, fibs work on every time frame. The higher time frames work better. The lower time frames are a bit more dicey. They may be a little less obedient to the fibs. or they don't respect the fibs as much when they're on the lower time frame. But yeah, we're still climbing here. I mean, these were kind of artificial. That growth there was like a false start because of the fake news thing, right? It pumped up and went straight back down again, unfortunately. So it wasn't due to a Fibonacci thing. It was due to a false. It was a false start. It was a false event that caused that. So yeah, that's the optimism I have with Litecoin. The pessimistic view I have of Litecoin is that it's been around for ages. It's one of the originals. Like, it's one of the original cryptos. Like, you got Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. Even Doge is pretty old as well. And I'm just not that excited about Litecoin long term, you know. There's projects out there that do it better. It needs something new to, like, spark interest in it again, fundamentally, I think. They need to maybe go in a new direction or start up partnerships. I mean, yeah, good example. Like, they were saying Walmart partnered with Litecoin, and look what it did. It caused excitement in it. But that was false, so down we go, back to where we started. Yeah, it needs real fundamental development. You know, it needs adoption for it to gain value. If it gets left behind because the world's adopting other things that are better than Litecoin, this won't see long-term appreciation in value. And, you know, back in 2018, I did like Litecoin. But yeah, it just seems to be just a bit of a laggard. Like, it just lags. It doesn't really... It's a bit of an underwhelming performer. But yeah, it's the new and exciting projects that have the advantage because they can see what the old projects did and where they went wrong, so that they can counteract that problem before they launch the project, you know? Because when something's already on the road with crypto, you can't just bring it down because that everyone's using the network, and you can't just bring it down to fix it and then put it back out again. And that's why you see things like forks happening, like hard forks. Like, let's say someone in the Litecoin team didn't like that Litecoin wasn't going anywhere, and they don't think it's fast enough, or whatever reason. Instead of changing Litecoin fundamentally and bringing it down, then relaunching it, they'll fork off it and make something brand new from scratch, and then kick something off. You've seen that, you know. There's cryptos in the past that have had forks. Like, Bitcoin's a good example. Like, it had the Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin Gold. Like, there's so many forks off it. They haven't done better than the original protocol. Like, Bitcoin still holds the name and the flag. You'll get Bitcoin Cash fans saying that Bitcoin Cash acts more like the true to white paper Bitcoin than the current Bitcoin is doing, because they sort of deviated from that original Satoshi Nakamoto white paper outline. But just out of the corner of my eye here, I'm seeing people ask about VeChain. Now, someone mentioned that it was LRC. They meant LRC, not LTC. So I'm going to see if that's something we can look at. Let's just check out the Coinbase chart for it. So we've checked out Litecoin. This is LRC. Wow, that's been way up there in the past. It's been out for some time too. Look, this came out in 2017. And check out the flatlining. That's if you can ever identify that on a coin and you're happy to wait and be patient, that can be a good opportunity to buy a long hold when a market does that. If it just travels on support flat, eventually it's gonna, if you believe in it, or if you think it's got potential to move in the next bull market, that can be a good starting point when something's like that, trending like that. But yeah, that's the market in a nutshell. That's how the alts really did through, the back end of 2018 and all of 2019. You know, a lot of them just stayed flat and didn't really go anywhere. But yeah, I mean, check it out. This thing got nowhere near its previous highs, just like XRP. I'm not that confident with LRC. I mean, like, from the macro, you know, price discovery kind of hype that it could get, I've got no idea what it is. I don't know about the fundamentals. I would say, you know, do your own research on that. I'm not really much of a fundamentals kind of trader or well, if I was an investor, I would be more concerned about the fundamentals. But because I'm a trader, I don't tend to look too closely at fundamentals. Which is not to say that they're not important. They are. They are definitely important. But yeah, that's where it's at. There seems to be this trend that it's using. There was a bit of a blip back here where it lost it. Fell under, traded sideways, but was managed to get back on top. And you can see the trend is actually, you know, lining up here. It's got this low here and this low as the pivots, and that seems to line up as a trend. It lost it, and then, you know, went back into, like, you know, support discovery, like, where the hell are we going to find support? Bounced off the previous pivoting, like back here. So that seems to be a pretty key level, 2 cents. And then we rallied back up, got back on top of the trend, and, you know, look at all the retests. There's been a couple of really big retests of this trend line. You know, this one here, and this one. All very key examples that this line is being respected as a support, a trend support. Yeah, so that would be, at the moment, it's like, it looks like it's in a downtrend off that move up, that pump, and then maybe this is going to keep trending down to get back in touch with that support, that trend, before maybe accumulating again and then spiking up again. That seems to be the behavior of this LRC crypto, but it doesn't look terribly exciting on the macro view here. Now, short term, if like, maybe it's got, you know, better things going for it on the shorter time frames. It kind of looks a little bit head and shoulders here, doesn't it? Like, we got a high, a higher, and then weak performance on the back of that second high, which kind of looks like head and shoulders-esque, you know. Maybe it's losing that initial uptrend and we're correcting again. So I would just be careful on that. My analysis, like my opinion on it, is that it's not a very easy asset to trade. Long term, there's better coins, there's better alts to trade than LRC, but, you know, that's just my opinion. You don't take it as financial advice. It's just, you know, take it as a starting point, maybe, to your own analysis. Have your own point of view on it. You know, do your own research on it fundamentally if you're an investor. And then if you believe in it long term, go for it. You know, that's up to you. That's not up to me. So, but yeah, from technicals. Let's see, we're on the 4-hour chart. There is another trend line here. You see how that one lost its trend? Just here. Lost its trend, fell below it. And now it's trying to, you know, maybe climb up again. Fingers crossed. Shorter time, let's go to the 1 hour. Ooh, potential inverse head and shoulders for the short term. Like, you got a low here and then a low here. If this maintains that low and starts trending up, that could be the start of the next wave up. You know, testing this gray trend line that I put in. We'll see. Let's see. Anyway, that's enough about LRC. I think that's sufficient. a sufficient view on it. People are talking about XYO. I think that thing's in price discovery, to be honest. Let me just check. Oh, maybe not. Let's go to the daily. XYO. Okay, this is new to KuCoin, I think. It's only been out since 9th of September. So it is, so far, it's established support at this pivot. Like, can you see what I mean? Like, when you don't have enough price information, you can only do so much analysis on something. If we take that as the high point and then this is the pullback, we've got support, resistance fibs to use, something like that. Take it back to the hourly chart. We haven't quite got up to test the 236 fib yet. Like, it's kind of flatlining a bit. That's not to say you can't scalp this though. Like, it is trending like that. This is sideways. This is what you call barcoding, or it's just chop. It's hard to trade chop. You could set up like a grid bot inside of a grid that uses the highs as the resistance and the lows as the support, and then just get a grid bot to trade inside that grid, and you know, have an overall stop loss below this pivot here, this low, and then, you know, use that as a starting point for trading XYO. But if you're a trader and you're just trading, like say on leverage especially, you want a trend. You want something that's obviously getting higher lows and higher highs, right? Or lower highs, lower lows. Like, you want a direction. You want direction. You don't want sideways. That's the only direction that traders don't like, or that you shouldn't like as a trader, is sideways. Investors, this is different. Sideways is good for investment because it's establishing longer term support perhaps, and you know, this could be starting to try and create like some kind of what might be an inverse head and shoulders, like a pivot. The other way to look at a head and shoulders is like a rounding bottom, which kind of like what a cup formation has, you know, it rounds up and then rallies back up to the previous high. So fingers crossed, maybe something like that will happen. Now someone's asking for, Leandra is asking for COTI, C-O-T-I. Let's have a look at that. I'm gonna see if that's in my list already. C-O, no it's not, so I'll add it in. C-O-T-I, Tether. We'll use the Binance chart. They seem to pull the most volume per day. So go out to the daily. Oh, right. Okay, so this thing's been in price discovery. It got to an all-time high back on the 29th of September. Just gonna hit lock on there and draw up an all-time high line, which is what I tend to put in that pink color, if you haven't noticed that already. Now let's do like a swing low to swing high here. Go there to here, and I'm just gonna scroll that across. Hit OK and lock. All right. So that's a support fib line. So this thing, if this was to correct off this move, this has a ways to come down still, if it's in a corrective pattern. But I'm not saying that it's correcting yet. This could still be in an uptrend as well. Once again, if we get a trend line starting here, let's say like there, get it to there. Oh, look at that! Look at that! How that retest almost married up perfectly with that. I'm gonna take it to there, and we'll use that as a guide. I know that it's the wick goes a little bit further through there, but that's okay. It's pretty close enough for me. Take it down to a smaller time frame.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, Clive. What's happening, mate?
I left his server.
You left his server? Why?
Static and I are just too opposed.
Opposed? Oh, you don't agree with what Static says? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine, man. That's no worries.
It's all good, and probably I'll cool off a little bit, but I mean, he came at me with, you know, I don't care who you know or how much you have, and I'm like, that's not what I'm about. I'm trying to tell you what a real, a bigger account can do, and I don't agree with a lot of the principles. I don't agree with a lot of predictions. It's all good. It's all good.
All right.
They're a particular group of, and nothing against Piston by a long shot. They're very bullish and don't like to see bear tendency.
No worries, man. Well, just to let you know, I should give you a disclaimer that my stream is up and Oh, you know, okay.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's all good, dude.
Now I'm kind of cooling down right now.
It's all right. Now I got someone asking about polymath. Let me look that up. So that's under the LMNOP poly POLY. I think it is that polymath. There we go. Polymath against Tether, Binance. All right, so that COTI, that's looking good. I would say, like, it's hit price discovery recently. It's pulling back currently. There are a couple of points of support that it could use right here. And the reason why right there is because you've had two macro pivots off that. Two rejections, clean resistance. So a backtest as support is very reasonable and common to see when something has trended up. It'll backtest previous resistance as support. All right, now let's see. Poly, I'm gonna hit save there. So for Coty, I'm still bullish on that, and much the same as with XTZ. Be careful. It is in the move that it's had has already happened. So you want to be careful that the higher it goes, the later you are to the party. So, you know, that whole bigger fool ethos is like, the higher something goes, if you're buying into it late, you're the bigger fool. You know, buy on the pullbacks, buy on the the points of support, testing support. Don't buy it when something's testing resistance, unless you know what you're doing, unless you have your fail safes in place like a stop loss. Or you have the ability to dollar cost average if it does pull back. So from here, I'm going to go on to the next thing. Polymath, someone was saying.
I'd like to touch on that.
Yep.
I'd like to touch on that dollar cost averaging, which I had a big problem with that on.
Okay.
Okay, here's the scenario. Okay, dollar cost averaging is something that Kathy Woods and a lot of others do. Problem is, you're very often putting money, returning bad trades into investments.
Right.
Let me give you a specific example. You buy 100 X coin at $100.
Mm-hmm.
You buy another 100 coin, $50. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. You sell all the coins, it drops to 50, it goes to 75. Okay?
Yep.
You sell all the coins. Did you win, lose, or break even?
Yep.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, do you lose?
Because?
Because, well, I saw you draw this out a few days ago, like last week, and I agreed with it, and you explained it. So
right, and this is where a lot of people don't realize you are going to be taxed on the gains at 100%, and you can only write off a little bit of it on the losses. So when you dollar cost average, you also have to figure out your taxes, and especially in crypto, where you've got capital gains as opposed to as an asset, not like stocks, where they're not assets, they're securities. Your numbers are much different. Now the problem in stocks is you have the wash sale. You can't do for 30 days in the same stock. You can't write down that amount. So you need. I am very much against dollar cost averaging, especially the way Static does it. Is he increases the amount, which makes it even worse.
Okay. Well,
I would take a little bit. Now, if you think that when it falls to 50, it's going to climb to 75, or 50 is a good purchase. Disregard the fact that you have $100 in it. Don't worry about that. That's already said and done. You're already going to lose on that. But at least if you go from 50 to 25 to 75, you can make money on those hundreds that you got at 50. But don't try to dollar cost average your whole amount so that you can sell it at a higher price and not realize that you've got a hefty tax fine to pay.
Right. So from
one time, if I truly believe in the item, or just let it go to nothing.
Right. Well, it's for me, what I've found is that dollar cost averaging is a much better strategy for an investor, not so much as a trader. Right.
And you guys are not old enough yet. I mean, anyone that has not been trading 20 years, which would put them at least 30 years old, 50 years old, because they would have started in their 30s. Almost none of us have seen a true bear market because we've had 20 years of bull.
Right.
You have not experienced a 20% dip in a day. You have in crypto, but you haven't in the stock.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, good thing we're on a crypto channel.
Yeah. We're certainly. Yeah, crypto.
That's my point. Is that crypto can go into a bear market, as we've seen. A few months ago, the lowest point was 4,000. I believe it's 10,000 now, but that's still 75% down from where it is now.
Right.
Hey Rick, you ever heard of the cartoon called Bluey? It's a children's show.
I have. Yes.
Yeah. My kids just started watching it.
Sweet.
They love it. It's good.
I'll be right back.
It's Australian, right?
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've definitely heard of it.
Avid tuner.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I've definitely seen it. It's based off a blue heeler, which is an Australian dog breed, I think.
Yeah.
Let me look that up. Blue heeler. They actually have. Apparently, they have.
Tongue.
They got blue skin under their coat, or it's just very pale, so they kind of look blue, but. Or like from a distance, their coat. Like if you were to see one from really far away, they kind of look blue.
They have blue tongues, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Not the blue heeler, but there is a dog that does have a blue tongue.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this puppy. You can see his coat looks kind of blue. Just because of the white and the black mixed. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty Aussie. As well as a Kelpie's pretty a typical Australian dog as well.
All right, I had to get off that subject. Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, it's all right. It's all good. Let me go back here. So polymath. Someone was asking about poly. So that as well is on a nice incline. You've got like higher lows. There's definitely an ascending trend here. I'll go back to the daily and we'll hit reset. Yeah, price discovery. I mean, on Binance, this has only been on Binance for what, 26 days, and it's already like showing that it can appreciate in value. Let me just check on the coin market cap, because a lot of things that hit exchanges for the first time, people don't. I mean, the market doesn't jump into it and start trending it up unless it's got something exciting happening with it. But for the most part, a lot of alts do come out and then they go through this sort of like support discovery where they, there won't be a rally in it for quite some time. Just kind of like what Shiba did, right? It came out, it hit Binance, and just fell down, and then finally established a floor of what seemed to be 555 or 550, whatever you want to call it. And then only recently have we seen like some kind of action happening, you know, decent price accumulation off it. So yeah, that's similar to what a lot of alts do. But this one, on the other hand, Polymath, maybe that has more promise. I'm just going to check if it's existed on other platforms in the past, like, and I mean like places other than Binance, and I'm guessing its history goes back a little further. Let's check. I'll just hit all here. Okay, no, it does. It goes way back. It goes back to 2015. And we got February 2018, sorry, not 15. February 2018. Not bad. So it's been out for some time. It's been up. It's been way up. It's been up. The highest point it's ever been is $1.60. Let me just like try to zoom in on that. Oh, yeah, there it is, $1.60. That was back on the 19th of February 2018. Got to $1.60. And right now we're at what is it, 88 cents. So it's about halfway there. It's got room to move, it's got room to climb. So if we get $1.60 on the chart, that's all the way up here. Yeah, so a move to its all-time high is 100% up from its current position, roughly. So I'm just going to call it $1.60 its all-time high. So, and then if we go back to the 4-hour chart, it's definitely on trend right now. It hasn't been as high as $1.08 before on Binance, so this could be the start of a new appreciating trend. So once again, be careful with Poly. It's already done that move, and you want to maintain this trend here where we're following these pullbacks, and we want to maintain that trend. There's definitely going to be a point where that trend dies and it's going to pull back, so just be cautious of that trend. Make sure you keep an eye on it, because things will change violently once it does break that trend. Just be aware of anything like a rising wedge, which looks like something like that, though this isn't in a rising wedge right now, so I'm not too concerned about that. Yeah, that's what I see for Poly. It's just, once again, like, look to Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's doing well, it's going to bring the rest of the market with it. Like, if the total market cap sees growth, that value, that money that's going into crypto as a whole is going to go into all of the coins in one way or another, you know. Especially when we start breaking resistances on the old highs, right? Especially the all-time high. So someone's saying that SHIB is moving right now, so I'm going to check if that is the case. Let's go down to the hourly chart, and yes, it looks like it's respecting this trend that we have drawn in here. Go down to the 15-minute chart, you can see that. So we're getting a bit of a bump up, which is a good start. I think it was 7% down for the day, and now it's only at 1% down for the day. So it's Shiba? Yeah, Shiba. So it's still on the move. It's still trending, you could say. It hasn't lost that trend that it's been on. Now let me hit save there for that chart, and look, check out.
Shiba was up 54% today.
It just depends where you're measuring the start of the day from, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. Now, let's see, someone's asking about ACH as well. I'm going to check ACH. So Poly and Sheeb look similar. Shiba and Poly, they're both on this like sharp trajectory up. And yeah, lo and behold, Bitcoin's been doing the same move, like, right. There has been, yeah, there was that golden pocket resistance that we finally broke through, and now we're dealing with the big round number of $50,000 for Bitcoin and the big old descending trend line, the yellow line that I have here, which comes off the all-time high and the recent macro pivot, and we've basically, you know, we've traced that down, and then we're approaching it. So can we get above it? Like, is the market optimistic to break and buy through that and then climb for the next resistance, which would be, you know, 53,000, which is this pivot from a horizontal perspective? Or do we get rejected at 50 and then trend back down and stay within this overall macro descending triangle, falling triangle? All right. So Poly and Sheeb, XRP. XRP's very, it gets stuck in levels. It gets stuck in ranges, XRP, for like long periods of time. It can be quite, you have to be very patient with XRP, I feel. Like, if you take any kind of positions in it and you're expecting the next wave up, you just have to get in at the right time, I guess. If you're impatient, don't touch it. Unless you're an investor and you're just happy to buy it on the dips, then go for it. ACH is what that person asked for. Let me just check. That person being Fatima G. ACH. Alright, that was in a bit of a falling wedge. It did break out, but it's still struggling to get on any kind of like run here. Now, it's still kind of bearish. Like, all these highs are still lower. Like, we got a high here, a high here, high here, and can you see what's happening with the highs? They're all getting lower and lower and lower. So how about the lows though? Are the lows getting lower and lower and lower? So yes, on this trend they are, but if this could be, hopefully, the first higher low, because all of the lows have been lower lows since. So we want that. We want this point here to be the pivot, or even this little double bottom here. We want that to be the point of reversing this downtrend, you know? So that's ACH. It needs volume, yeah, that's what it needs. It needs volume to come in, to step in and start getting those sell orders bought through. That's all it needs, right? Similar thing is what was happening with Dogecoin. No one was touching it. It just wasn't getting the volume, and that's why it was just continuing to fall off that initial spring that it got thanks to Bitcoin. So right now, let me just look at the smaller time frame for Dogecoin. It ran up in the past few days, or couple of hours really. The last 24 to 48 hours have been good for it. It did have, like, check out this. This has been like that was a bit of an ascending triangle that it broke down out of, but then trended up anyway. So the people that were like bullish for this inside of that pattern, that opened longs in anticipation for a breakout to the upside, they either got stopped out, liquidated, or they rode out that dip. And then, boom, there's the real move. The move that probably should have happened here, but we got that. We got a breakout, a fake out. It broke down, and then took the move up. So be careful of those, and that's why it's good not to take a position inside of a pattern like this. Wait for it to break out. And, you know, there's a point where you do have to bite the bullet and make a decision at some point, but it's better to make that decision outside of a pattern than inside of the pattern, because if you were to say, oh, I think it's going to break up, you're basically guessing, you're gambling, like whereas when you get confirmation of a breakout and candle closes outside and, you know, appreciation, new candles going up, that's when you know, okay, it's confirmed breakout. This would have like freaked a whole bunch of people out, right? This move down, which is, yeah, it's just, yeah, bear trap. It's flushing out the leverage trades that opened early, because, you know, maybe their stops were here or liquidation lines were around that area, and that's, you know, that was the hunt, the stop hunt, and then they took it off where it should have gone. That was the true move that was going to play out regardless. And yeah, you know, DOGE, I still think trends alongside with Bitcoin. Let's check if that's still the case. I'm going to go down to the hourly chart and see. Hit reset on both charts. And I'm just going to flick between the charts. Yeah, it's similar. It's not exactly the same, but Bitcoin appreciated value here. So did DOGE. Bitcoin went flat for like about 3 days through this range as it met resistance. So did DOGE. DOGE met resistance at around 22.5 cents. Now, did Bitcoin do that little shakeout? Yes, it did. There was a bit of a pullback, like just here, and like a bit of weakness through here. DOGE felt it in a bigger way, I feel. But Bitcoin rallied up in the last few hours, and DOGE has seen that same rally up. So yeah, they trend quite close. Yeah, I'm pretty burnt out. I've been talking for 2 hours and 13 minutes, so I'm gonna give my voice a bit of a break, and I'm gonna keep looking at. I'm gonna keep the screen looking at Bitcoin, I think, because we want to. That's the big thing. We want to see it break 50. You know, the bulls want to see it break 50 and trend above. You know, if you're bearish on Bitcoin, if you think this is all just like a retest of the top of that descending triangle, then you would be basically looking to start to opening short soon. So that's reasonable too. But whatever you choose to do, whether you're opening a long or a short, obviously play it safe. Don't go all in. Don't use extremely high leverage. Have your fail safes in place. Have your stop losses there. And wishing you guys all the best with your trades, and hope you guys make profits in either direction, down or up. So, you know, bull or bear. So let's keep it on Bitcoin. The stream's going to be staying up, of course. I'm just taking a break. I actually have to head out to my parents' place today and give them a hand with some things around the house. So I'll be back. I'll be out, but I will be back later this afternoon, which will probably be like early morning, really early morning for you guys in the US. So yeah, maybe about 4 or 5 hours from now. But anyway, I'll keep the music running and we'll keep the stream up. And feel free to jump into the Discord. I've got a link to the Discord at the top of the chat there on YouTube. It's free to join. And yeah, jump in and say hello and check out. There's a lot of channels in here, a lot of text channels with information about, you know, where to start if you're a complete beginner. If you want to look up, there's a lot of great resources on YouTube that link to courses by a guy called Rainer Tio. He's been doing like trading and investment type technical analysis for at least a few years. He's got a lot of content on there, so that's probably one of the best places to start for a complete beginner. Now let's see. I'm just checking other channels here before I sign off for a couple of hours. All right. Anyway, I'll leave it there, and I'll catch you later on. Peace.
See you, man. Yellow. Yeah, I couldn't see it.
Yo. What's good in the hood?
Yo, quiet, bro. You good?
Yeah, what's good, brother? Where's Rick at?
Parents' house. Be back later.
Oh, man.
We getting TA quiet?
I don't know if I'm in any shape to get TA right now. To be completely honest, I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, all right, bro. Get some rest.
Alright, I'll have to catch you guys later. I'm sorry I couldn't give TA, but it kind of looks bullish, man. Like, fuck, people just want to keep buying crypto for some reason. I don't know if it's like news driven or if it's like a bull trap or if it's just like the beginning of the next bull run, but I don't know, man. It's been a lot of sideways action, but it keeps making like higher support. Like a lot of coins are making like higher support, so higher lows and like bullish patterns, and if the volume shows up, which it kind of has been lately, then I don't know, man. It could be going places.
Better come down first.
I hope so, man, because I want to buy more. I wasn't expecting a whole big, huge leg up to like 48K or whatever, like 47K. Like it was like 43 when I went to sleep, and I was like, oh, it's gonna fall lower. I'm like, it's gonna pick up some buy orders, and I'll be all set. And then like I wake up the next day, and I'm like, what the hell? Bitcoin 47K. I'm like, what the hell happened? It was like I fell asleep for a few hours and the crypto market just spikes like that. Like I saw like Bitcoin did look bullish for in the indicators. Like in the patterns it didn't really look that good, but like in the indicators it was like saying like it was bullish. So I was like, oh man, let's see if it makes support above this triangle, which like it inevitably ended up doing that, but like I fell asleep like 15-30 minutes, an hour, like tops. Like it was probably like an hour max. Like I fell asleep, and if I just hadn't fallen asleep, I could have made a good entry and I could have like capitalized on that whole big move. But it's whatever. I missed the trade, but like at least I didn't lose money.
Yeah, bro. I'm tired of losing money.
Yeah, like I was telling someone the other day, I was like, I'd rather cry about like missing a trade than cry about losing money from like a bad trade or something. Because you don't actually lose anything until you sell it. Like you don't you still like if it's like a stock or a crypto or whatever, like if you still own it, like you still own that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like what you got it for is not really relevant until you sell it. So like until you sell it and you decide like what value you are willing to take for it, like in dollar amount, like how much value you'd be willing to take for like each one, then it's like that's when you really decide like, hey, like, you know, I'll sell this for this much or whatever. It's the same as selling, like you buy an Xbox at the store, it's like 300, 400, 500 bucks or whatever. Like you sell it to somebody on the street, it's like 100 bucks or like 50 bucks or something. Like GameStop, it's like, you know, come on, get out of here. Like you don't make any money. And it's like, you know, it's basically just like, you know, supply and demand, like what it's worth, what others think it's worth, and like the consensus of what something is worth. You know, that's kind of like at any given time, that's kind of like the basics of trading. But it's like, you know, when you're willing to sell something for cheaper than what you got it for, like you're taking a loss. And it's like, okay, well, whatever, you were still willing to sell it for like that price at that point in time. You were willing to sell it for that price, and like that's kind of all there is to be said about it. Originally you were willing to buy it at a certain price, so there must have been a reason for that too. And if you were to hold something long term and it was to go on for, you know, a long period of time, then there would probably be a reason for that as well.
Yeah, I hear that.
It's kind of all about perspective and like what you're trying to do, and like what you're willing to lose in order to attempt to gain like whatever it is you're trying to gain. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you willing to lose in order to take a chance to gain something? And like, how much are you looking to gain? And like, does the risk of loss like outweigh the risk of gain, or the chances of gain? Like, you know what I mean? And if not, then like, I don't know, maybe think twice about it. But I don't know, I should probably take my own advice more often than I do, honestly.
Yeah. I've sold at a loss and thought I'd reposition, but it just climbed up. So
I don't know what you're talking about, but when you say it, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I understand, because it has a habit of doing that.
Yeah, it.
The market.
There you go.
It's just straight, like, that's all it is. It's really kind of like all anything is when it comes to like social structure. It's like there's something taken or given or exchanged or whatever. It's all just a market. Like that's kind of like what brought society about. Like, I mean, agriculture and like irrigation, all that stuff is really what did it. But like, I mean, when there was like currency and there was like goods exchanged and everything, and there was a market, that's like what really like made society boom, because it was like you could kind of like give something up for something else that like you valued less than whatever it was you were obtaining.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm glad that made sense. I hope it made sense. Did it make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Word.
All right, Quad, get some rest. I'm gonna head over to Piskets.
Word.